Mm. What's up, guys? They probably don't want to lose 95. There's not a lot of support. Sold calls at 90, 85. There's a synth short. There's bot puts at 80. There's also a big synth short at 6,100. So it'll be hard to get over that. Well, a little bit at least. I'm working on it. Hmm. I don't want to short it. Interesting. Meta's up quite a bit today. Does the MM have some unfinished business in this narrow range? No, I don't think so. Looks like bulls are just trying to break the synth short. Which is fine unless they lose 95. Probably in a pretty okay position. The bot calls at 95. Quite a bit of them. Sending Head and Shoulders. I don't really put a lot of weight on those, but sure. Not really. No. A little bit of bearish consolidation, but not really like an ascending H&S. Unless those are really clear, I would just ignore those most of the time. They're not a very good signal of anything. RSP is trending down. I don't know what the fuck is driving NQ. Like, none of the Mag 7 are up very much, so it's gotta be something else. Like another sector. I should probably go look. And like, Amazon and Meta are up a decent amount. Adobe and AVGO. But everything else is kind of, eh. Like consumer services not doing much. Durables not doing much. Health technology is doing okay, I guess. And retail's doing okay. Like PDD, Amazon, Costco. But like, the video's down. Google, Meta, Microsoft, but none of them are not very much. I mean, I guess Meta like almost 2%. But Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, which are the big three, they're really just kind of meh. I think you underestimated just how fucked NQ weighting is. No, I know how fucked it is, but the biggest weighting in NQ, like none of it's moving that much, and Nvidia's down on the day. It's down like 10 points. It's gonna be a range for a while. We could stay pinned here for a little bit. I'm not sure they're gonna get the breakout at 6,100, but that's what they're trying for. They're gonna have to push a lot harder. I'm probably gonna need to sell a lot more vol near the money. Right now in the 0DTE, there's 2,400 bot puts at 6,100, like 2,000 sold calls. You're still dead? Yeah. Well, I'm hungover too. Yeah, so unemployment this morning moved up a little bit, but NFP was solid, so NFP is probably more important in the short term. Unemployment's not going to matter unless it consistently sets a trend higher. I think the more interesting part was like U6 unemployment was up 0.2%. That's going to be like temporary and seasonal work. And if that's going down, that's not a good sign for GDP. It doesn't really matter much for the rest of the labor market, but for GDP, it's really bad if we're not seeing a lot of seasonal hiring. C-Mill dead? What did he do? Roddy, I want to say thank you for these past years, boss, but I need to step away from medical concerns. I want to say I appreciate all your humor and knowledge. Oh shit. Well, I hope you're okay, man. Let us know. Uh, I'll see you around. Sorry to hear that. Hope you feel better, man. Good time to add Jan 6075 puts here. Or wait till see if we break above 6100 later. I'd probably. I don't have any Jan 6075, so I'm not really sure, but I'd probably wait and see if we broke up above 6100 in the latter part of the day. Since you mentioned the other day that you felt that the meanwhile indicator was mislabeled, any chance you could explain how to read it and what each designation references? Thanks. I mean, they're mostly right. One of them just says bearish breakout, which doesn't make any sense. So it should say like breakdown and not breakout. They're also kind of reverse looking. So, the ones that are like hold on. The ones that are like bullish consolidation are hmm, hmm, the bullish consolidation ones are like okay, I think. Bearish consolidation seems alright. Bearish trend seems more like they're kind of a breakdown. And most of the bullish trend stocks have already broken out significantly. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Um, hmm. Yeah, the bullish breakouts are all breakdowns. um, so we gotta fiddle with it more. I'm not really sure if it's mislabeled or we just need to change like some of the metrics a bit. Like GME's reversal, MSTR's reversal, those are all pretty spot on. Yeah, the reversals all look really good. Those are definitely where we want to see them. If maybe a little late. But I think it's like the interpretations on kind of the in between parts of the trends that could use a little refinement. it's not really something that's been attempted before, and so it'll probably go through several iterations before we have it exactly where we want it. I used this to buy my Jan 50Cs on SMCI a few Fridays ago. Same. It's been that's been great. I mean, it's always going to be reverse looking, but that doesn't mean it's late to the party, right? And I would just like to narrow that down as much as possible because there's some where I'm like, okay, I would have taken that a day earlier, but like now I don't want to enter it. And we're doing it based on options positioning, so it's a little bit more complex than just like a simple, like scanner. TJT, zero shares available to borrow, fair amount of FTDs. Okay. FSLR on GS looks crazy. Can you go over it? Vol and realized vol are dropping. It looks like there's only interest on one strike on the entire chain. And there's just a like there's just a fuck ton of interest on the 200 strike and not much anywhere else. So that's kind of yeah, I mean, that's just what it is. Most of that's for like the next couple of weeks, it looks like. Or today. 14,000 puts at 200 expire today. Out of 46,000 total puts at that strike. Let's see. What's the breakdown on this? So we got 14,000 today, about 4K at December OPEX, 7K at Jan, then March, June, July, and then next Jan. It looks like a lot of people are willing to buy FSLR at $200. I highly doubt that they're bought.
Someone put their pickle in my jar. What levels would you look at for managing risk at these levels for a 6070 SPX put? Break of 6100.
What level would you look at for managing
Would you
risk
index higher on
for
loss on the contract
6070
or price of the
SPX put?
underlying when
Break of
managing risk?
6100, or would you index
3.
higher on percent loss on the contract or price of the underlying when managing risk? I mean, that's going to be dependent on your portfolio, but I have about a 20% drawdown on my 6075s right now. I have 6075s and 6070s for December OPEX. I sold some 65s and I sold some 70s for today against them this morning. I'm not really worried about them intraday. I might sell some 80s against them if we move down and test that range. But otherwise, I'm just gonna probably sell some premium against them, turn them into spreads over like the next, week or so, depending on our price range. And then if they start to go in the money or get near the money, I'll pull the spreads back and let them do their thing. I don't really know if I'm particularly tied to 6,100 as like a break point. I would probably just buy 6,100 puts if we went above 6,100. I clicked the candle. But yeah, vol's falling off. It's below DN and GN, so it may continue down a little further. Delta's getting a little bit more bearish. Gamma's just nose diving. None of that's particularly good for the underlying. Looks like it could keep going down to about like 180, at least right now. So yeah, I mean FSLR, it may not really have a home with the new administration, right? And we have to see how much clean energy demand continues after Trump becomes president. A lot of people are probably backing out of the trade because of that. It does seem like a lot of people are willing to buy it at 200 over the next year, but that doesn't mean the price is necessarily going to improve. Yeah, we'll rename it. Russia dropping the US dollar and nothing burger. I mean, they haven't been using it anyway. Not directly. Someone liquidated so many BTC perps contracts yesterday. It dropped at like 7K in minutes. Then it bounced back. Yeah, I saw the big drop. That's on Chewy. I don't really have any. It had some okay price improvement. Um, Looks like this earnings wasn't too great. Might slip back to the. I should say might get a test around like 26 or so. The revenues were okay, but the EPS wasn't very good. Our yields diving on increased inflation expectations. 5-year inflation expectations were down, which I said over on the Discord is probably more important than the short-term inflation expectations being up. Oxy headed for your $8 PT. Awesome. I mean, not entirely awesome. I can only sell about half my shares in the money calls, but I'm fine with it. Any carry trade weirdness on the BTC drop? There's a little bit overnight. Nothing super crazy. But I mean, the BTC drop wasn't all that substantial. The deleveraging and the carry this morning with the NFP data was actually more interesting than the shit last night. But I mean, the carry ran like right into the peak of the BTC price action, and then it started to fall off. And after hours, leverage started to trim, and then this morning it trimmed quite a bit. Dropped from like what's almost 7.9 down to 7.75. Ooh, you get a fill here. Ugh. This is kind of distributive. Although bot calls at 95 don't really seem to be backing down. I will say they're not adding a whole lot of gamma. Now there's only like 900 calls at 90. Well, net 900 bot calls. They're buying some calls at 90, 200 of them. And then still bot puts at 85, 90, about another like 1,000 contracts. Bot puts at 6,100 are 2,400 and 23 now. So those moved up a bit. Yes, I mean support's just it's not strong, but it's fine. It doesn't need to be that strong. What's Jimmy positioning looking after yesterday's gap up? Jimmy didn't look that interesting, honestly. I mean, some short calls pulled back. GM fell to like from 30.41 to 36. A little bit of delta and gamma picked up, but nothing crazy. I don't think any big positions were entered yesterday. It still looks roughly the same at spot as it did over the last week. Who do you think is really behind the creation of Bitcoin? I don't know what you mean. Like, who made it? Bill Gates. It's ideological, but now it's run by moguls. Yeah. I mean, Bitcoin was just supposed to be a proof of concept that there was value in scarcity, which wasn't, Satoshi Nakamoto's idea. Not entirely, right? His like big contribution was that um was like blockchain, right? Wow, not even really blockchain, I guess. More the interaction between Bitcoin and blockchain. I don't think I don't think I don't think Nakamoto ever expected Bitcoin to become what it's become. No, not proof of work. You're thinking of you're thinking of how they get Ethereum. How many BTC do you think are just forever lost? Probably a lot of them. And Nakamoto had what from like he had a shitload from mining the first like few blocks. The real value is, I read what you said. Nuh-uh. Which parts didn't I read? Technically, BTC is beautiful and brilliant. I mean, I guess. I feel like that's giving Nakamoto too much credit. What about like BitGold? Doesn't count. BTCOP. I read the part about computational trustless consensus. But those proof of work systems were developed by what's his face? Finney, right? The Caltech guy. No. I'm not sure BTC was a solo gig. Well, it wasn't. There were like all the original adopters. I think Finney was one of them, but like Wei Dai was the other one. He was the guy who made like B money, which didn't work. BTC Jesus. I mean, it's become a religion. People love ideologies with mass appeal. Just like to put all of our stuff into one basket and let it do the thinking for us, like AI. In presentations when I was in college, I handed out BTC paper wallets with 0.15, 0.10, and 0.05 BTC in them. Fucking nerd. I wonder if those nerds still have them. Probably not. But now I kind of agree with some older, jaded governments and corrupt officials. Wait, I mean, doesn't the like fundamental problem with BTC still exist that if like any one pool controls more than like 50% of the hashing power, the rest of it just falls apart? Like the rest of the network. I mean, China could get it, or the US. Yeah, 50% they can like censor transactions and stuff, right? Would just be an arms race. Yeah. Almost lost 95, but we didn't. The bot calls at 95 are trimming down a little bit, but says the synthetic short. I wonder which will hold out longer. If we fail here, we're probably not going under 80. Or if we do, we're not going under 80 by very much. BTC chews up too much energy. Yeah, I mean, there's environmental impacts in the mining. So I'm giving away spoilers to Mr. Robot. I've never seen that show. Well, that's not true. I watched like one episode and it was boring as fuck. And I can't stand the actor in it. It's fucking weird bug eyes freak me out. I can't remember his name. Should have discredited it. That's how one would go about it. Someone did math on how much it would cost to mint one fraudulent BTC. It was orders of magnitudes higher than just buying one. Well, I mean, if you're gonna mint one fraudulent BTC, you're gonna mint the mint scale, right? Rami Malek, yeah, him. Queen's Gambit gave me the same feels. Eyes too far apart. I've never seen that either. Does Nakamoto have the crash the BTC market card in their back pocket by way of their holding? Potentially. You just need a mini nuclear reactor, nuke. Mini me. Should that be something that we try to achieve? Get $345 million together so we can create a fraudulent Bitcoin. Actually, that'd be pretty epic. Haktua coin is the one true technological wonder. No, it's just a scam coin, and they probably just use her as a figurehead for a scam they've run 100 times. You missed the part where it's 8 to 16 billion in hardware first. We just need one quantum computer. We could do it. JFresh makes cool magnets. CoffeeZilla destroyed Haktua. He sounded like an idiot too. They all just sound like idiots to me. I tried listening to their like Twitter space. They all just sound like morons. It's like morons fighting morons. It's like super stunk. I mean, odds are she has no idea what's even going on. They were just like, "Hey, we're gonna slap your name on this shitcoin and pay you some money," and she was probably like, "Oh, okay, cool." My elf calls printed 600%. Nice. She got 150K up front, I think. I think the question there is who got the 460 million. Also, anybody stupid enough to buy that coin deserves to lose everything. Like their money was already lost, right? Even if it was like their life savings, they weren't going to do anything important with it. Fuck them. Who cares? Like, what kind of complete fucking moron would buy that? Who's putting life savings in Haktua coin? I mean, BlackRock probably just bought $460 million of it and then sold $460 million of it and then kept the extra 80 million. Remember Dogecoin? I made like 12 grand on Dogecoin. That shit was awesome. I bought some like fucking 9 years ago when I was drunk, and then I sold it after Elon ruined it on Saturday Night Live. I made like $50 on Shib. King. Desperate people do foolish things with their money. Hmm. Desperation or idiocy? Desperate people don't have money to throw at fucking Hawk to a coin. We made 8 grand taking a dump, trading 50x levered BTC in like 3 minutes. Not bad. I know the US government blocks access to all the leverage product platforms. It's kind of lame. There's BTC futures. They're CBOE is creating a BTC SPX, which is gonna be fucking awesome. I'm gonna sell so much vol on it. There's shady exchanges that give you 1000x leverage, which is way better. Yeah, there are. I know. Down's canceled for today. I don't know. We'll see which position bleeds out faster, the 95 calls or the synthetic short. Probably the 95 calls because there's 0 DTE. But then there's really no support below 95. A partner who works at Total Crypto Bro. He came in yesterday telling me about Hawk Tuah, and I said, good for her, without even thinking. I think he was shocked. My bad. Nope, that was the right thing to say. I hope there's zero legal repercussions and she keeps the whole 460 million. Although I'm like 100% sure that that was like a hedge fund or something like that. It's not like mom and pops buying Hawk to a coin at $500 million. That's just some institution coming in and pumping and dumping everybody and netting the difference. Which is why the guys who made it and planned on scamming everybody out of millions of dollars in fees and Hawk Tua herself have no idea what the fuck happened. You don't need to rebrand Pump and Dumps, Pepe Squawk. I refuse to call it that. People have seen GS, and the fact that I can make something like Hawk Tua in days says a lot. So when Gamma Strike coin, can we make it good? Like usable? We'll have JFresh come up with the idea for the blockchain. I can make it today. Coins that can be used to pay for live data. Perfect. Yeah, like data tokens. Ooh. We're gonna decentralize Opera's economy. That could actually be fun. One Gurkoshi per request. Now that's a Head and Shoulders. Hmm. I didn't even know I was short a futures contract. Guess I'll keep it. I found a new short. You know what it is? King DD. What? Can you see support levels for UNH? Yeah. Well, 580, and then 575, and below that 560. Under 560, I really don't know where it's going. There's a little bit of support at 540. 50, 40, 500. There's a pickle crypto. Yeah, it's like some old one. It's called like pickle coin or something like that. Is LRCX bouncing off of delta neutral? Hmm. So delta neutral is 75.58. It caught some support at GN yesterday, but it looks like it. Yeah, I mean it's getting a little ground. I'm kind of fine with it as long as it continues to hold its uptrend. Not really too worried. It slipped a little bit below my like entry risk, but I've got a decent hedge on it, so. I was never a fan of pickles, but because of you, I now eat 30 pickles a day as tribute to the pickle gods. Man, I don't even eat that many pickles. I don't eat very many pickles at all, actually. I'm the worst at selling my profitable positions. No problem. Sent you a DM. I only need one response. Regarded or not regarded? Okay. Seems fine. I assume you want to short that, right? You sent me a picture of a call. Okay. Ooh, nice. What's downside? I've been selling too soon. Somehow I've made money today despite the price not moving. Although I would really like the other side of my straddle to go in the money, which I'm getting a feeling isn't going to happen. Yeah, maybe it will. Even if it gets closer to the money, I think I'm okay with it. Like I could close a bit like a test of 80. What would the premium on that be by end of day? Hmm. Like $8 more per contract. So, okay. My straddle, the one I have open at 75 is for Monday. The calls were 0 DTE though, so the puts are for Monday. I don't think I'm gonna keep them open though over the weekend. Seems like a good way to get burned the fuck up. 95 calls dead now? No, there's still some there, unfortunately. There's fewer of them, but there's still some there. If we continue to fail 90, then support is at 70, 80, 75, 80. 3 DTE dad living on the edge. Well, I thought we'd get a bigger move out of fucking NFP, honestly. I was kind of hoping for either a breakdown or, I mean, I have the put side leverage far more heavily anyway, but I was hoping for kind of a breakdown. It would have been nice if unemployment was up a bit more. I was expecting a rise in that given the Challenger job cut layoff information, but not that dramatic of a rise in unemployment yet. But that means that the next unemployment print could be really ugly. Maybe we get like 4.3 or 4.4. That'd be fun. Maybe my shekels. Be well, everyone. Thanks, Gherk, for pickle specs. No problem, man. Off to the park to get slapped. You'll get there one day. Just don't go to the playgrounds. Why don't you try the dog park? When's that next print? Jan? Also, don't forget seasonal adjustments for unemployment will shift as well, not just inflation. I'm thinking of ordering a foreign woman to do what? You got a prop dog too? Perfect. Hmm. Seems a little too early to be getting support. Mm, and Q's got a bit of support. So that part I don't love. Hmm. Mm. It's not a very strong vol short here. Gamma's still negative at spot. I wonder if this bounce fails. Pretty low volume. No, so far. Yeah, Gamma keeps falling off to the downside until we hit 80. So there should be like a few more dollars of range before we find like a real support. This is a little bit of an attempt at turning shortfall around. Like they sold some of the 85. But there's bot puts at 90, which we just rejected off of. Lower low. NQ, however, has some stability here. 21.6. Yeah, that's kind of an important level. Mm. Vic's still quiet. Yeah. Vol turns up a bit if we test 85. Which is another good reason to try to defend this. Ooh, more money. Nice. Why can't we have more days like this? Like what? Where we jam up to the highest possible price and then slowly fail over several hours without ever actually hitting the downside target and then bounce right back to the highest price for another 2 hours and then close where we opened? Yes. I feel like that's every day. You say that like it's happened before. The vol shorts get like morning wood. I don't know what's going on lately, but they're really just like fucking love jamming the price first thing in the AM, and then we just kind of drift up throughout the rest of the day. They did this the other day too, where we just like slammed vol right at open to try to stabilize their positioning. It's insufferable. I fucking hate it. Should I move my long up? Is this support? Doesn't look like fucking support. Never thought I'd see VIX 12 again. Well, at least it's not VIX 11. Your puts don't love this whiplash. I need to close the straddle puts on whatever low we get out of this. So if we don't get like 75 or 80, I'm just gonna have to close them here, which is fine. I mean, I did pretty good on the call side. Calls at 24.65. So the call side of my straddle for today was 0 DTE. The put side I opened for Monday. Hmm. Try to push up into where gamma goes positive, which is at like 91.50. Something like that. Hmm. Maybe 92. If they can clear that, they can push it back up to 100. Alright. So I stopped out of the put at 647. Not the best straddle. But okay, I guess. Two and a half percent? Fucking gross. I should have just closed the put when we tested 80. Would have made like another 1.5% on it. Oh well. Nothing like making $1,900 off $75,000 of risk. Ugh. At least you don't lose money. I usually don't lose money on them. Usually walk away with something. They're pretty hard to lose money on, to be perfectly blunt. Challenge accepted. I've been trading them every night for like 2 years now. I've gotten the hang of it. As long as I mean, kind of as long as you can get out of one of the legs near the lower high peak of positioning for the next day, you usually make like, I mean, most days I make like 2 to 3%. It's usually pretty like unimpressive, especially when realized vol is this low. But the benefit is that the contracts are super fucking cheap, which is nice. I have more SPX puts for like June of next year and June of 26. I've been buying Vega puts while 6 month IV is really low. Like 3 and 6 month IV are really kind of bottom of the barrel right now. So I've been picking up puts pretty far out. So I have Vega exposure, but just like the 60, 70, 75 puts are just for like a local failure. That's why they're so short dated. It's a lot easier when VIX is like not 16, 17, but when it's like 18 plus, the swings are huge. Because you get like 50 BPS moves a couple times a day. And so it's really easy. Even if you fuck up your exits, it's really easy to get out later in the day. Because then you'll get, like market open, price will drop 50 bips, and then it'll fucking go back up like 75. And if you don't get an exit off of that, you'll get like another fucking drop and another bounce at some point in the day. So yeah, but it's more expensive when vol's higher though. So you gotta take on more initial risk. Like the same leverage I had today at VIX 16 would have been like 125 grand instead of 75 grand. Sometimes I get puts that get like just left behind. Like when we get these big bull runs where we get like a fucking 100 basis point move overnight. I get a lot of puts that get left behind. Sometimes they print, sometimes they die. Usually the first thing I'll do is sell puts against them, turn them into spreads. Remember range round? I always get blown up on straddles. I mean, on days like today, I could very easily see not making 2% and just making nothing, or making like a slight loss. I didn't really get out of the calls at the top, and I didn't get out of the puts exactly at the bottom. So I could have probably squeezed like another 2% profitability out of it. I got out of the puts like kind of right around, or out of the calls right around there, and the puts like right there. But I think there was like maybe another $2 of premium up here and like another $1.50 of premium down here that I missed out on. But I'm not trying very hard. Some days I nail them. I get the top and the bottom. Some days we fucking open up like 30 bips and I can get out of the calls and then the price just tanks. And then, the puts go in the money, that's the dream, is, both legs go in the money at some point during the day. Some days I nail your mom. You want to get banned? I can ban you. No, I'm just kidding. That's gross. What do you think made the Goo Goo Dolls so successful? Iris? Frosted Tips? Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? No? Bring back the term home slice. That'd be awesome. Why did we get rid of it? What's blasphemy? I prefer home skillet. We had an awesome Yo Mama battle last night, Huckleberry. Thanks for satisfying my drunk urges. Okay, so I
Drop the
went to this
moderator put their
place
pickle in my jar
before my
delightful. I
doctor's
challenge you to
appointment.
a rap battle. Upon ye I wish a pad of excrement type cattle. Could GME achieve price high as sky with fly? Love you. 3.
I challenge you to a rap battle. Upon ye, I wish a pad of excrement type cattle. Could Jimmy achieve a price high as sky with fly? Love you. Hmm. Wait. Are you challenging me to a rap battle? Oh, I've never been good at that. The movie Die Hard's obviously a porno. Yeah. Your mom is so nice. She buys the milk for the guy in front of her whose card was declined. Actually, yeah. She's not financially responsible at all. I don't want to watch me rap battle. Do your mom's financial management skills cause you to over-index and finance and trading stuff? No, it just seemed like an easy way to make a lot of money. I'm still bullish on SMCI. I still have 50, 60, and $70 calls for January. I don't want to be chasing if I'm not backed by Greekology. I mean, I hope you've already made like a bunch of money on it. We were in early as fuck. Bob would fucking shit himself if he saw the stroganoff I made last night. Better or worse than the picture on a box of hamburger helper? God, now I need to spit bars about GME. This is bad. It's like nagging at me. I really want to. Gen. And they're going to be bad and sound really white. Like rap, like prose. More prose than rap. The last time I tried to rap battle someone was in 8th grade and I got beat up. I see that we didn't fill the gap. You dropped the M bomb, didn't you? No. No. Of course not. Do it and see how many unsub. I'd rather not. Oh, if we're going back up again. It's like not really any bullish positioning left. We might get our test at 80 now. I did take a picture last night, which will make the picture of the Stroganoff that much worse. Because now it's leftovers. I'm gonna DM it to Gherk. Fuck. I don't want to see that. I'm already sick, man. Hmm. Hmm. 60.85. So we're bouncing on top of the synthetic short, which is weird. Yeah, I guess it's slightly supportive on the upside. We should be able to push down through it. There's no bullish positioning left. All the bullish shit pulled back. There's like a couple calls left at 95, and that's it. Give us momentum. Oh, a 75 test would be sick. There's a synth long at 70. Kind of a big one. Check DMs. I mean, that doesn't look terrible. Did you put mushrooms in it or just onion? I don't see any mushrooms. Just shallot? Why are there no mushrooms in it? It's fucking stroganoff. It's condensed cream of mushroom. Girlfriend hates shrooms. Oh. We need to sit down and work on expanding your girlfriend's palate. I didn't mean that sexually. Sounded worse than it did in my head. You just sit down and with her and bang her. I mean, deal with her fucking food bugaboos. Mushrooms are awesome. I hate that you have to resort to using cream of mushroom in your stroganoff. Instead of delicious fresh mushrooms, slightly caramelized. The greater the difference between VIX 1 day and 30 day, the better it is to sell premium. That's a really, really loose way of looking at those metrics, but yes. Do you just slap some mushrooms and some heavy whipping cream and call it good? Actually, you know what? You could probably get away with using real mushrooms and just grinding them up. Bow tie pasta? Yeah, yeah. It should be egg noodles. I know. Morals are kind of hard to get a hold of. And Dork lives in the desert, so they're definitely not easy to get a hold of. But I do agree, they are delicious. Dork, what if I just send you like a giant white truffle, and then every time you make your girlfriend dinner, you just shave some on top? I'd be like, that's $100. Eat it. Did you time Bob out for a full day again? Poor Bob. I wonder if I can keep over trading this chop on futures till I end up with $0 in profits. Should I? Or should I set a good example? Hmm. Dork, give me something to buy 100 out of the money contracts on. um, Jeppy. Ooh, Target. Nope, that's not Target. Huh. Oh, interesting. Keep it on GS. Okay. So I think I'm test to 34. How much are the 32s? 27 cents. You mentioned that after a market crash, the market would have high volatility. Yeah. So I mean rapid movements in either direction. Yeah, usually. Very high realized volatility. I just really hope there's more momentum opposed to trading flat. Yeah, there would be. There would be lots of momentum. Hmm. 22 cents. Or I could buy the 133. No problem. Hmm. This is tempting. Maybe if it gets a nice sell off and the indexes don't fail here. Sells back off to like, I don't know, 60, 50 cents? 131.60 or 50, maybe? He doesn't find his mushrooms under poo. That's ridiculous. Pick him from the top. Bob has convinced everybody that I suck at cooking. Well, the fact of the matter is that he's just jealous that he has to throw green shit on his food to make up for its lack of flavor. I've also lived in northern Nevada briefly, Dork, and I understand that your access to ingredients is limited. But some of your food is not the most photogenic sometimes. I've lived a lot of places. Even if the sauce isn't white and everybody's like, it looks like poo, the sauce is white and everyone's like, lol, cum mayo. I mean, that's just the Discord. That's how everyone behaves in there. You have kind eyes. Thanks. I haven't lived everywhere. I've just stayed in a lot of places for extended periods of time. Guys, look, it's gonna test 80. It's doing it. Little by little. I don't know, 80 or 85, or 80 or 75 possible on the drop. There's a synthetic short, which we just crossed over at 85. And then there's sold puts at 80, but not very many of them. And then there's big sold puts at 75. Sold puts can get squeezed too. It just never happens. The two women in there are very respectful and make me disappointed in everybody else on the Discord, including myself. Yeah, that's fair. You all said some rough things about Ken's mom last night. Hmm. Hmm. Welcome back to Dillionaire, Middle Western Consumer Sentiment Rep. Hmm. Are we finally seeing real SPX support? What does options positioning look like around 60.50 to 6100? I feel like haven't I been over it like 50 times? There's a synthetic short here at spot. There's sold calls to the down or sold puts to the downside. Sold calls above 6100. Everything else in between is pretty flat. No, the bottom left chart's MNQ. Ugh. This is fucking terrible. Mm. Are we gonna get a small pullback ever? I mean, eventually. It's just taking a while. The bullish positioning's starting to break down. It's not gonna happen overnight. Not usually. Well, I mean, the drop could, but like short vol's been pulling back. Do we need a macroeconomic event to blame downs on? No. I mean, we could pull back like 3 to 5%, and the market would be largely unfazed. I don't think anybody would give a shit. Is this worth playing the upside on? Oh, no. Probably not. Hmm. MQ still looks pretty bullish. Maybe that's enough. I'm shorting a few of the puts at 75.80 here. Some more bot puts just came in at spot. Not on the 0DT though. Huh. I just sold a couple of 60-75s a few minutes ago. Okay. Should do pretty good on them if the Bulls are able to stabilize this. Definitely not the only one selling that put. Hmm. Alright, give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Stopped out. Lame. Hmm. Chopping at the top on moderately bullish employment data. Yeah, pretty much. That's. I think I had a futures position, long an ES contract. A little bit of volume. Hmm. I don't want to go for that gap fill, right? So it'd be like 102. It's a pretty big gap. A little bit of negative gamma falls off to the upside here, but not a lot until we get yeah, like 92. So that's about where gamma turns positive, is right at the gap. What do you got? Oh, nice. I'll take a look at it. I'm bored, but I'm also just sick and don't want to do anything. Yeah, OKTA looks good. I don't know, look at GS or where that could go, but 85's big resistance there. If it gets above 85, though, yeah, absolutely. Like out to 90. Any contenders? I think Palantir is one of them. Or wait, Palantir already got added, right? Mm. So, yeah, maybe. Fibs has been printing almost the whole week intraday. Yeah, it's really volatile. Are you still selling bear call spreads on Palantir? Yeah. Yeah. Probably keep doing that for a while. If it gets below like the mid 60 range, I might short it. But up here, just bear calls. Mm. Not short Palantir, just selling bear calls on it. I think in the Pickles pick, there's a price target for buying puts, but it hasn't hit that yet. Okay, so the bear flag failed. Let's see if we get support now. Still a shitload of sold puts at 60.80, but also still a synthetic short at 85, which we don't seem to be able to get over, at least not meaningfully. Zero DT. Well, actually, there's both. A chunk of it is zero DT. Dagger down through 80. Why wouldn't they just sell more puts? I feel like that's the more likely solution here. There's not a lot of momentum to the downside, so it makes a lot more sense
Someone put their pickle in my
to sell
jar
puts here than it
PTEAD.
does to.
Seems pretty bearish, was expecting more chop 3.
Expecting more chop? Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's very early to say, but right now I would say somewhere between 80 and 6,100. That might narrow. And getting pinned to 85 is very likely. God. No volume. Everyone's done for the week. Look at BBAI. They just partnered with Palantir. Looks like that's going well for them so far. I feel like I remember this being a play back in like 2022 or some shit. Because I shorted the fuck out of it at some point. Head and shoulders on NQ. Hmm. Did I do a bad way going long LMT at end of day? Oh, at 520? What's wrong with 520? Mm, no, not necessarily. And be cautious of middle of the night Elon and Trump tweets, but is Carvana starting to slip? Probably not very much. I'm gonna fucking fall asleep. The world's most powerful defense contractor slain by a tweet from a dweeb. Sounds about right. Still no significant shortfall to speak of. Ooh, a little deeper failure. That puts us in, well, close to being in the sold puts. Dagger through 80? Well, dagger 2 slightly above 80. Hmm. How's going up? Something happened? Well, as far as I know. There was some oil cut, like more oil cut projections, or well, at least more information on the oil cut projections this morning. So that might have had some effect. Is the market still overbought? I don't think the market's overbought at all. I think it's oversold. I'm fucking 49% of the S&P is below its 20-day moving average. Is Netflix oversold or overbought? You tell me. If you think stocks are oversold, should indexes rocket higher sooner? I think it goes the opposite way. I think the majority of stocks in the index are oversold and the rest will catch up. When is tech in a retreat? and then bring the market down to 5K. Bring it down a lot harder than that if it actually retreated. I don't know. When commodities are enticing or the dollar drops, dollar down, yields up, that'd do it. Or yields up enough. Is there an instrument that measures the number of stocks that hit their 52-week high and low on a daily basis? You can just use the SPX. You want to know the number of like the number of stocks hitting their 52 weeks highs? Yeah, you could. I don't know if one exists, but you could definitely make one. I don't know. Maybe you're just nervous. You're fine when you paper trade and then you just trade real money and go on tilt. Yields getting wrecked. Stocks up. Yields aren't getting wrecked. They're just red. They're not really moving very much. And Dixie's up quite a bit. That was a nice bounce on NQ. A little bit of volume. Let's see how for the afternoon downtime. No, I think they could push this back up to like 92, 93. I mean, probably just chop. I mean, this range isn't particularly loaded either way. If we lose 70, or gain 6,100. Those will lock in higher or lower levels, but so far we haven't seen either of those. So yeah, just chop. There's a synthetic short at 85, which is keeping price pinned down here, but if we break back up through it, it'll act as support. Or at least should act as support. Oh. I think what Greek meant to say is when the 85 cents short gets broken. I mean, it might not. Yesterday we couldn't get above the cent short, like in the entire latter half of the day. I mean, like right here at 83, just below it, it crushes gamma super hard. That's what synth shorts do, and so it's quite hard to break them as a resistance. No, skew can keep going up. It just the more it goes up, the more the chances of like a 2 or 3 standard deviation move the other way. Is it cheaper for the bulls to gap up overnight than to pump SPX intraday? Well, there's less hedging effect, so yeah. Easier, at least, not necessarily cheaper. What do you expect for next week? I mean, as long as we can hold 70, 75 up here, I think we can stay in this range. I think short vol's still pulling back, and they're using the collar as support. So I don't really think things are getting more bullish here. It's just a question of how long we're gonna stagnate. And I would say it could probably be like anywhere from a few days to like a week and a half. It really depends on how fast the rest of the positioning pulls back. So SLD downs could happen before then. Could be like some downs. Well, maybe even today, actually. If we pop up here and then the rest of the short puts take profits on this upside test, we open up more room to the downside, which would give us some weakness into the end of the week. Like if today closed at 60.50, I would expect the first half of next week to be pretty bearish. And then maybe recovery in the back half of next week, like a little bit lower high, and then SLD stuff after. I think gamma neutral is still way too far from spot for us to get any kind of like significant pullback yet. Gamma neutral on the weeklies at like 620 or something, 6019, right around there. So probably a few more days till that catches up to spot. And that's kind of representative of that in the money call and out of the money put profit taking as the bulls, peel back their positions. Hold on. No, I just can't talk too much. It irritates my throat. No problem. I mean, 60/50 is only $30 from here. Even under 75 would be a little bit bearish going into next week. Mm. Right at the synthetic short here. Stopped out. Failed breakout or try again. Hmm. Maybe a failed breakout. Ooh, gap. Interesting. Double gap. Hmm. Another fucking gap? Jesus Christ. Shit is not liquid around here at all. That's higher low. Hmm. Hmm. A little bit of momentum. Not a lot of volume on NQ though. This might just fail again after the gap fill. We're gonna try to push a breakout at the gap fill, but it could just fail again. It's like 85 to like 87 range is a real bitch. Double downside gaps. It's definitely not for a lack of trying really hard. Be like a test at VWAP. Push back above ES VWAP. Maybe test like 103, 102. I fucking hate this price action so much. We switch views? Oh shit. Sorry. Which gap? Those two. Here's the 87 test. I have to give that some room, right? If they can get it above here, gamma starts falling off really fast. Or well, starts moving positive really fast. Negative gamma falls off. Yeah, that's not really the best way to say that. Gamma increases positively at a very quick pace from like 87 up to like 92. So from here to here should be if it breaks out, should be a relatively quick move. Definitely shorting puts hard enough. There we go. Hmm. 6,100 ES profit taking? Well, that doesn't make sense. It fucking shouldn't be. Three gaps. Jesus. Yeah, they're trying to kill the VIX. I think Riley will stay listed. I don't know. It'd be cool if they do. Well, LRCX likes this. Yeah, it's recovering a little bit. I should actually pick up some more of those while they're cheap. What the fuck? Hmm. Okay, maybe not. I wonder if I accidentally put all of the money from the cash account in the futures account. It's my phone. We. I'm gonna pick up a. Yeah. Sell the 50 if it drops. 99.50. I don't think it will. I think bulls are gonna get the reverse, like the full reversal here, but if it fails, it's not gonna be good. Back to 82. That's decent range. There's the gap fill to the upside. Well, most of it. So I got gamma a little bit positive, but it still falls off really sharply to the downside. Yeah, so if this slips, it's gonna dump back to the gap probably. At least the first gap. It might not fall lower than that. They might sell puts, but that first gap is undefended, and there's still a synthetic short at 85. Maybe undefended is the wrong word. There's just nothing there. This is a good short entry, but I want to cap the losses to the upside. So I cut it at 102.75. Print. No, print harder. Go down more. I'll turn fucking 90 into support. 90 is not supportive. Fuck off. Hmm. They got it. Hmm. Are you still long EPAM? No. Mad leaps. Maybe. I think there's going to be more disruption in the Russia-Ukraine conflict and more discounts down the road. Hmm. Bulls need to hold a positive gamma here. Next upside would be 6096. $6107.50 ES. I don't see why they can't do it. It's just hard to do. Should be far enough away from the synthetic short that it shouldn't be having too much of an effect, but Vol's pushing up, so we're getting some of the short puts behind the synth short pulling back. So there's some profit taking going on, which is weakening the momentum a little bit to the upside. We should have a fair bit more momentum here than what we currently have, which makes me think that bulls are pulling back. They're sure as shit not buying anything out of the money. There's a little bit of put selling at like 95, but not very much. There's just this might be getting kind of close to a top. We may get a lower high here and fail if they don't buy or sell something. The shifting gamma is not going to be enough to carry it a lot higher. Like maybe 95, 96, but after that, the momentum from this is going to fizzle out, and they're going to have to reposition if they want to drive it up more because, yeah, there's just nothing there. How are your pooties? Fine. You're still holding your OPEX 70s and 75s, yeah. I'm not particularly worried about those. Break even them on them's like 68. It'll move down to like 65 next week. I don't think a retest at 50 is out of the question at all. I know, green candle's scary. I did sell a couple puts on them. Just for today though. A couple bucks in premium. It helps discount the theta decay. I just found out I could trade tax-free. How's that? Sell SPX0 DTEs? SPX has a tax treatment, but if you're trading tax-free, you don't need a tax treatment. So no matter what you sell. Do you live in like Cyprus or something? One second. I might have to take off here in a second for maybe the rest of the day. I see the breakout got rugged. Oh, did I not get a fill? Motherfucker. Just an upside cap. Uh, 87's the supportive side of the synthetic short. Which is still there on longer expiries, but mostly shed on the shorter ones. There's also a synthetic short now at 90 as well. So 90 and 85. Watch out, CEOs. Gherkin on the loose. Ridiculous. A lot of position management there today. Where? What's up, Mac? Yeah, not better. Not really. I still have a fever. Thanks, me too. Did you get another assignment? No, they've got to fix something in my apartment, and I'm not dealing with them. Like, it's going to be near my office, and so I'm not going to deal with that shit. But he's going to let me know when they have to start, so I should know in a few minutes. Thanks, man. Do you guys want me to leave? If I do head out, do you want me to leave like GSX up and running, like the live data? As a fellow CEO in New York, are you scared for your life? Not in the slightest. Ooh, if I stop out right here, I make exactly $420. It's pretty fancy. Oh, 419. Fucking fees. Ah, $439. Fuck. That's supremely disappointing. Gamma positive above 87. 88. It's like 88 now. So this needs to push just a little higher to break out. Is it short Costco time yet? No. It's probably about $3 away from where I'm going to short it. Costco is an American institution. Boomers love Costco. I love Costco. That doesn't mean it should be trading at an 80x PE or whatever it's at now. Like it's the only retail store left on the planet.
BS Forge Ben put their pickle in my jar, hit my daily goal again.
Hit my daily goal again.
Thank
you,
you,
sir. Awesome, BS.
10.
Congratulations, dude. In the spirit of last night, I heard your dick so big, it goes from A to Z on the keyboard. Oh, it's only trading at a 60x PE. Sorry, my mistake. How many people looked at their keyboard and went, funny guy? I don't know. Hopefully more than one. No, the rotisserie chicken's a loss leader. Don't you dare. People find some more money in the couch cushions and keep buying tech here. They don't have the Cookie Monster things out here. Bummed. Oh, that sucks. Those things are awesome. I bought a box of them like 4 months ago and I've only eaten two, but they're very good. No, buy the tip. Hmm. A lower low. Hmm. That's probably not good. Same low on an SPX. How low could we go? Like 80, 75. If we lost that, 50? 50 or 40? 75 is like the big bullish support, so Ooh, that's it. Aha. Still $2 off. Lower low, lower high. Bullish consolidation. The higher low, lower high. So it's just consolidating. Bulls are trying to push a breakout at positive gamma, which is basically right above spot. So gamma turns positive like right here. Maybe a little. It might be just above the gap, actually. And then if they can get that, they can push 90, 95 because of the momentum and the shifting gamma to the upside. Which could mean, a bounce back to, well, like 93 or 97. The problem is there's not a lot of buying on SPX itself, so tech needs to kind of take the lead. Like NQ needs to move up. It's kind of getting support here, but a bump and run on that low of volume may not happen. It's the first gap filled. NQ needs buyers at 61 or 21,650. It's got a few, but maybe not enough. What's positioning looking for Monday? I have no idea. Probably roughly the same as it is right now. I can go take a look. There's probably not a lot there yet. Bought puts at 75, sold puts at 70. There's some sold puts around spot for Monday 80, 85, 95, 6100. There's a synthetic short at 650. Bought puts at 59.80 and 59.90. From 50 down to 6,000. There's some sold puts, but not very many. Above 6,100, lots of sold calls. That's a little bit of volume. There's some positive gamma. Like gap again here. Hmm. Jimmy just moved up. Oh, neat. It's at 29. Mm. Yeah, it doesn't look that exciting to me. Maybe it's finally got a glut of zero DTE calls. I'm not watching the flows on it, so I have no idea. Hmm. Price action's the worst. Yeah. Not having any gamma either way is actually terrible. Market maker's pretty happy right here, though. Did you listen to Coffeezilla wreck that lady who hawks loogies on penises and is famous for that for her crypto scam? Yeah, he just sounded like he invested in it and he was like irate. I don't know. It just sounded like morons arguing with morons. The one guy was like, "How dare you defame me?" Coffee Zilla tracks crypto scams for a living. There's infinite content. I know I do this all day, Dork, but I hate influencers so much. All of them. Unanimously. Just crypto investigative journalism. What a useless fucking job. I mean, I heard it. It just sounded stupid. It was just like stupid people arguing with each other. I could just go on Reddit and find that. But I heard it was an exact recount of how it was fraud. No. He just said that they fucked everyone over. I mean, it wasn't even fraud, right? It's just they got sniped, but they just kept a bunch of money in fees and did pre offerings, and people were stupid enough to snap them up. I'm not. I respect her ability to become famous while not starting an OnlyFans. That was impressive. But if I had a bunch of fucking horny men dogging me all day to take my top off, I'd probably fucking steal their money too. Grim too. When shirtless stream. You guys are the fucking worst sometimes. It's an interesting range we find ourselves in. No, it's not. I'm just trying to make $420 when the market won't let me. I need to make and lose money on two more two tick moves, and that should close the spread to 420. I'm just trying not to lose my wife's money. Is that not what this place is? The Bulls are really having a hard time getting it up today. Downside gaps. Vol up. Support it. 75.80 still. If we lose 85, we slip back under the synth short. Oh, is that my fucking management company? Nope. Ooh, 369. That's not the same. How do you determine what's a Vega put or not? Does it have theta? And then it's Vega multiplier. You can kind of choose any number of different contracts. They'll just have different multipliers. I think the more important part is that they have theta. Hmm. Why is this so supportive? Yeah, I feel like at this point, I might as well fill the fucking gap. $75 sold puts are pulling back a little bit. The 82. Hmm. 214. Ooh, interesting. Someone just bought some 60-45 puts. Who's that greedy guy? Awkward or genius? Bought like a lot of them too. 667. We'd have to get through all the short puts for those to print. Nah, I mean, they would print if we dropped below 65, probably pretty hard, but mm, it's either a double bottom or a new low. And the new low is like 60.81, yes. So, which is a pretty substantial drop. And then we fill the gap, right? Test 72, find support. Be perfect. This is a bit of a battle. Jesus fucking Christ, the Canadian dollar is imploding. The what? Sorry, you said some words that sounded made up. What was that? The 51st state's currency is dying. That's what they get for trying to use their own. Look at that big vol short. What's up, popcorn? Vix is officially a teenager. Uh-huh. Back up? I don't know. They're trying to lever it back up, but they're also very much at risk of just getting squeezed out here. So I'd expect them to fight back a bit. I just don't want them to successfully fight back too much, you know? Like, as long as all these attempts keep turning into bull traps, perfect. Gamma's pretty negative here, so... Mm. You still long PBR? No. No. I got out when Lula put his own CEO in charge. 1 second. Oh, why is there so much fucking chop here? just sell off a little bit. If you were going to sell a butterfly for credit here, what would help you determine the call side or put side? What do you mean, like a call? Like, do you want to open a call butterfly or a put butterfly? Or an iron butterfly? Call or put? Usually put is just more expensive. Yeah, whichever side has better premiums. I mean, usually they're roughly the same, but put'll have like a slight edge. Just under 89 over 94. 25. I'm fucking with the chop here. This consolidation doesn't seem very bullish. No, it doesn't. But gamma moves up really quickly to the upside of here. If we moved further down, I'd be far less worried about a reversal. But we do need to move a bit further down for that to be true. We'd have to move under 80. We're gonna lose like 78.20. AQN's 465. Do you think it'll drop to 450? I think I have a buy order open down there. I do. Well, yeah, I do. Right around there. I also have one open at 410. Man, bulls really don't like to get squeezed out of their puts. Almost a reversal. Maybe it's higher. How the fuck did I get a fill on that? Alright, whatever. Hmm. Probably I would do more puts for you. Yabba dabba do. Let's go. Woohoo. Cheers, Gherkin. Thanks, man. Do you have Vega plays right now? I've already got some. I'm getting like SPX June 2025 and 2026 leap puts. 5,400, 5,000, 3,400. I'm just buying extra theta because I can. I don't really think it's necessary to have more than like you want more than 90 DTE, but beyond that it doesn't matter too much. That ADC be getting sold, my dude? Not very heavily. The ADP is getting sold. No, it's not a failed breakout yet. I learned the things from Grok so muchly. The things I learned include being smexy and being a mustachioed machismo magnet. When will the chop turn into slop to 60-25? Maybe next week. Bulls are fighting tooth and fucking nail to hold 80 here, which is kind of impressive because some of the other bulls are like, fuck this shit, and they're closing their puts. So they're working against both the negative gamma and the other bulls pulling the rug out from under them and still kind of stabilizing it. I'm not reading that. That's a trap. This isn't even MES. What the fuck? So many wicks. Yes, who do you think is staying short the ADP? Well, whoever sold them? Fuck this price action. Why are we trading in like a $1 range? It's your fault, Gherkin. What did I do? The rest of the day was nice. This is bullshit. Yeah, gap up. Push it. So all the bosses went to the Hamptons for the weekend. It's just us versus the chat intern. I'm gonna go to the Hamptons for the weekend and just make a ruckus at my house. So none of them can sleep. They fuck up their trades on Monday. Ooh. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. I'm feeling like 87-ish. It's actually not true. I'm going to physical therapy tomorrow. Do you have a dedicated ruckus room? No. I figured I'd make the ruckus outside. Although that's a great idea. It's not a mansion, it's just a large house. I feel like mansions have to have spiral staircases. And my staircase just like wraps around. Like it doesn't, but it's not like, it's like a square, not a spiral. What's your definition of large house? It has like 6 bedrooms, and then like another one that's kind of like a bedroom, and also one other one that's like a bedroom, but they're not bedrooms legally. Oh, hold on. This is much better. Big bullish. Then a lower high. No. Maybe. Fill the gap. Hmm. Be fucking really cool if this would move more than $2. Hmm. Uh, Sucks. Almost. Not quite yet, but almost all of it. That's because every breakdown and breakout is like 75 cents. Make the line thicker so it's stronger. That's not how that works. Hmm. I don't know. What are you doing, Greg? You guys aren't enjoying these every 50-cent reversals? We might head back down, but it'll take like the rest of the hour at this fucking point. Ooh. It's just fucking awful. I can't wait for this week to be over. Can they lose 60-80? They could if it got pressured again. Charm's working against them. So it could get kind of rough. Depends on if the short vol actually goes in the money. So far they've managed to prevent that really, really well. But there are puts down there, and they are sold, and there's quite a lot of them. Less than there were earlier, but still a lot of them. Hey, someone came in and bought some 40 puts also. So we got the 45 and the 40 put long. It's definitely a lot less. Fucking yeah, there's a lot less sold puts than there were. Oh no, Gherk, your gains. Just get them back. It's just getting chopped up. It's terrible. I cannot trade this range, but it's so compelling. They're buying 40 and 45 0 DTE. Yep. It's like 2,200 contracts at 45, 1,427 at 40. They might just be a hedge in case the short puts squeeze. But they're there. Well, I'm up $91. Hmm. fill the fucking gap. There's a gap below us from this morning. Never. I don't even know why the Bulls are trying to save this at this point. They've pulled back so much of their short put positioning, like, who gives a shit? Just let it fail. They're not selling more puts, though. That makes sense if they were selling more, but they're pulling their puts back. It's just a massive tug of war going on. Well, I don't even really know if it's a massive tug of war. There's no, like, actual bears. There's just call sellers and put sellers, and the put sellers are fighting back against the MM because there's more sold calls than there are puts. What does 60-15 look like? It's like net sold puts, like 2,500 of them. Why would they run out of leverage? Isn't dollar still up on the day? Dollar falls maybe, but dollar doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Yield curve's kind of re-inverting again a little bit. Tech Nasdaq still up to. I mean, it's weak though. It doesn't look great. No, it's not losing anything, but hmm. Wind charm.
Pickle jar member put their pickle in my jar. Thank you for coming to work on your sick day.
Thanks, pickle jar member.
Appreciate the stream. 15.
No problem. I had to be here anyway. I had to close my straddle this morning. Thank you for watching it. What is this? Treat me like a pirate? Greater than 5,000 of anything at 60.15? I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at the net values. So whatever's there, it's net sold puts. I mean, for today's expiration, there's like 2,590. Across all expirations, it's net short puts 4,800. Is this it for the day? I don't know. Hmm. Hmm. Just sold calls here, though. What strike is that? It's 85. Again, it's still negative here. Hmm. I don't think charm flips the other way at 85, so why push for that? Does it? Maybe. Well, at 90. So negative. Oh, it's only 43.75. Kind of just raking in premiums, robbing everyone blind. Yeah, pretty much. Although I feel like Kenny would much prefer a larger move one direction or the other, given that all the options on the chain have been sold to him. But he's definitely making a lot of money on the spreads. Hmm. I'm not sleeping. Not yet. Although I want to. God, this is fucking uninteresting. Higher high bullish yet? Well, there's just no bullish options on the chain. My eyes aren't even fucking closed. I don't have any Upstart shares. I haven't owned Upstart in a long time. I did run out of Dayquil, so I took NyQuil instead. But I'm powering through that. What? No, like no shares. I don't have any shares of Upstart. Although it kind of looked bullish last night. What did it do today? You know what you don't own shares of? At $40? Popcorn? DocuSign. Which is up 27% today. Ooh, yeah, Upstart moved up like 4%. Nice. What price would you buy shares of Upstart? Oh, like $20. Maybe 25. What are your thoughts on Fubo at the moment? I'm long shares and I was hoping to hold for a few years. Me too. I think they're doing a good job turning things around. I think that's not being recognized in their share price because they're in the middle of a lawsuit with Disney. But was Docu on the meatball? No idea. They just beat. You know, Greg, I honestly would rather Docu go bankrupt than MOASS happen. Wow, man. I'd rather Docu go to zero than you or I go to 10K. I think Dollar Tree has room to move up. I mean, obviously. It's oversold, but poor people are broke. There's nothing lower than Dollar Tree. Dollar General. No, there's no MOASS. Stop making up things. Oh wow, those calls aren't getting less sold. What the fuck, man? Just let it go. I'm gonna put a stop there. Don't get me. Fuckers. The market will cease to exist if we touch 60, 79, 97. Wait, didn't we already touch that? Uh, yeah. Fair. Apparently just trillions of dollars will blow up or something. When do we start making money? I don't know. When are you gonna start making money? You could have bought Docu at $40. You could have accepted that they have an awesome business model. I mean, even if you didn't agree with that, you could have bought Adobe at like $40. I don't know, 200 something, whatever. I thought Adobe split. No split on Adobe yet? That's weird. I just disliked the stream. Thought you liked it earlier. So now it's just, you just neutraled it? No? Oh, okay. No? DocuTalk? You know, I've had DocuSign for months. I'm just paying them. I don't know if I can use it. I use it for nothing. Just pay them every month. We'll ban you if you keep talking about Docu. I'll synth along the like button to offset popcorn. Oh, nice. He doesn't know how to sell the like and dislike. What song guy once paid? Which one? I want to weld Docu to your door. Like a share of it? It's a nice gift. I asked you 2 years ago about whether or not BN would hit 36 by the end of Jan 2023. It was above 60 earlier this week. What did I say? I use a sure sign? Ew. Hmm. You could weld a metal frame to my door and then put the share of Docu inside it. Wait, did you get Docu at 40? Mm-hmm. What is a pickles pick? Where did you sell it? I sold a bunch of it at 60. But I still have like half. When EXR back to 100? Yeah, that one didn't hang out low for long. Express died a horrible death. After their management managed to somehow do absolutely nothing with all the money they had. Popcorn trader, would you rather accidentally get an article of clothing stuck in a lathe or buy DocuSign? I'd buy Docu every day for the rest of my life. Industrial lathes freak me out. Even when they have the like the little cover down, I feel like they're gonna suck me in. Yeah, I've used a wood chipper before. The trick is to not be wearing clothing. Smart. But what about your dingus? Loincloth? Too dangerous. I liked where you were at with no clothing, but tape it to your thigh. Oh, okay. That could work. What kind of tape? You think I'm like an ace bandage or like duct tape? Gorilla tape? Fuck that. This is ridiculous. Why did that even bounce? To what end? Who's buying this? Want to know. $30 minutes left, but we can still hit 69.90. Right? Maybe. Can we get to 75 anymore? We can test 80 again. That would suck, though. I don't like that this is a fucking lower high and a bear flag. They're selling puts. They're starting to. A few of them. I don't know what they're going to do about their sold puts above 6,100. Guess those are just a wash. Yeah, I know how to swim. Do you? Hmm. Ugh. I would meet the person buying this and challenge them to a duel. Ooh. Nice. Without looking, when a rocker switch has an I and an O on it, what does the O stand for? Oh, it's off, right? It's like it's binary. It's one and zero, on and off. Sounds good to me. It's M for Mancy, W for Wumbo. If you flip an O upside down, it's still an O. Yeah, it's a 1 and a 0. What a minute. Circuit open, circuit closed. I guess that's like one way of thinking about it. I've seen ones that have like this too, where it's like a three-way switch. Holy fuck, what a terrible die. Some of today's price action was kind of fun, but this is awful. How about is it if we lose 85, or we go to 80? If we break out here, we go to 90. Maybe. Hmm. I don't know. We're in like the last 19 minutes, so things get kind of squeezy. But I think we might just be kind of stuck here. We might just not have enough momentum to swing either way. If we close it, if we close it like 84, Kenny makes a shitload of money. This is the new normal. Chop most of the day and then squeeze one way or the other end of day. I mean, it's part of realized vol being in the actual gutter. But yeah, lots of chop. Lots and lots and lots of chop. VIX is just nosediving here. Still weirded out by those out of the money bot pits. I wonder if they roll them. We should have sold that butterfly. Hmm. You didn't? Charm is neither
Echoversky put their pickle in that
supportive
Jarvis Ko-fi is
nor
more stimulating
negative
than the
here.
price action. 3.
This Ko-fi is more stimulating than the price action. It's got a wider range. Why puts for end of day? I mean, I don't know. It could really go either way. I guess the downside's a little bit more favorably weighted. But charm here is basically non-existent. Everything's just compressing its spot. So the majority of calls and the majority of puts are both out of the money. There are more sold calls than puts. But unless the puts went in the money and started moving up towards one, which is why they defended 80 so heavily, because all their sold puts are at 80 and 75. But had the puts gone in the money, or if the calls go in the money, then you could see a bigger move, because their delta will basically just go straight to one. Basically just the VWAP test. MQ looks okay. This is where gamma turns positive, but it still doesn't put any of the options in the money. Or, well, any of the sold call, any more of the sold calls in the money. It just pushed the 85 sold calls deeper in the money. Yeah. There's not that many of those. Far more calls sold at 90 than there are here. God, this is fucking lame. $13 left. We're bullish into next week. I don't know. Not particularly. Maybe the beginning of next week is like still stable here, but I don't think the entirety of next week's going to be all that bullish. Most of the short vol to the downside's pulled back. Even if they reposition here, they're taking so little premium that they're just creating tons of risk. Times like this show how you do the hard work. Well done. Thanks, man. We didn't really get any downside towards the end of this week. Does that mean anything? No, not particularly. I mean, it's more indicative of a failure if the back half of the week is more bearish. But I mean, this is just kind of neutral. We haven't done anything for like 4 fucking days. Just moved up and we've basically traded flat since. So we got a new higher high today. Higher high, higher low. So still a little bullish. If we close higher, it's we're still holding the trend. Ooh. That's a little squeezy. Hmm. 8 minutes to squeeze out the short calls. Gotta get above 90. Really need like 92. How's your health, man? Sleeping more? Yeah, I've been sleeping like an extra hour every night. I'm sick right now though, so not great. It's just some wonky candles. They're gonna be. It's- mm. Todd Gooning. I think bulls are trying to squeeze out the short calls before the end of the day. Jesus. Oh shit. They're gonna do it? $3 minutes. They could. Huh? Hmm. 90? 1? 13 seconds. Oof. They lost it. Ding ding. Yes. And I'm just letting everything off, and then Uh, sell pressure there. I don't know if I can do the end of the day wrap up, but I'll try. So 25 points on the day. Is it gonna load? No. There we go. Which is, inside the market maker's expected move. Exceedingly boring. Although we did have a breakout this morning to the near the top of that expected move. Sold puts managed to hold their position at 80. And we rose into the end of the day and squeezed out a little bit of the short call positioning, but not very much. ES is going to still be just chilling on that lower trend. Not quite a failure yet, although we almost had one earlier today. We still want to see that 60.89 level lost, or more importantly, the 60.64 level to confirm any kind of breakdown here. We did get a new local high for the day. I believe an all-time high. I believe that's the all-time high as well. Up at 611. Still looks kind of weak. It'd be better if it picked back up into the more bullish side of the trend, but volume was exceedingly low today throughout most of the day. And kind of has been all week, actually. It's really, really hard to climb higher in these ranges because there's so much positive gamma to the upside. Dollars swung back around this morning, picked up some pace, but yields did not really follow suit. Yields continued to drift down, although they did recover from this morning's low. They did not perform very well. Dixie up 27 points, which is kind of impressive given that the international data this morning was not congruent with that. And unemployment is also up, which is one of the reasons that yields are down, but dollars up, as the NFP was higher, but unemployment rose as well. Broad commodities, not a lot of moves. I mean, oil down, gold up, copper up, silver down. Materials look like a mixed bag. Agricultural kind of does too. So nothing really interesting going on there. Um, Correlation on the 1 month dove really sharply into the end of the day today, but drifted further away from 3 month correlation throughout the majority of the day. That's starting to get pretty divergent, but we're still seeing a lot of bullish interest in the short dated dispersion trade. The longer dated one, not so much. Like 3 months out, it was a lot less. The leverage in the carry fell off really, really hard this morning after the NFP print, but picked up and kind of stabilized a bit higher, like 7.75 to 7.8 into the end of the day. So leverage rising a bit with the improvement in the dollar. Later this afternoon, yen fell. So bond volatility just still completely fucking unremarkable. Nothing going on there. Skew smashing all new all-time highs. Probably another one slapped on there today. I mean, this really just increases our chances for like a 2 or 3 standard deviation correction because there's not sufficient tail risk hedging. So all of the tails are sold, and that's pushing skew higher. 49.7% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, which is indicating that the most of the breadth is very heavily sold. We kind of see that with Dow today. Dow down 37 points despite the move up in NQ. Russell came back around a little bit today, but not very much, only 41 points. But what we are seeing is we're seeing other sectors sell off while tech stays strong. And generally, once the other sectors have sold off, you'll see tech sell off. So it's something to pay attention to in advance of any kind of decline, and can be a leading signal. If they're selling everything else, tech's probably going to follow suit at some point. Vol short a little bit stronger today, kind of broke that upward trend that we had in positive correlation between VIX and cash VIX, dropping from 13% to 12.4, but still higher than it was the day before yesterday. So overall, this week, slight improvement in correlation from Monday to today, from 10% to 12. Not very significant yet. We want to see that increase at a faster pace, and we might start to see that as we get a bit closer to the VX expiration later this month. Fed fund futures pricing in 0.38 rate cuts by June of next year. However, expectations for a December rate cut rose today with the employment data from 67% to like 85%. Lastly, the 10-2-year spread fell off a little bit after spiking this morning, and briefly going inverted. Still holding around 5%, not really moving up or down substantially. Obviously, bulls want the yield curve to reinvert, margin and leverage to expand, and if it starts moving apart again, we're moving closer to that bear steepener. So this is a much better place for bulls to have the yield curve for now. So we'll keep an eye on that, but it doesn't matter that much. On the technical side of things, I mean, we continued up throughout the entirety of the week. Here on the daily, we are above that 1929 trend, and kind of headed towards the 13-month trend, which is a bit higher, around 6,200 by the end of the year. However, there has been some weakness up here. It seems to be pretty hard to hold the highs. We may start to see a failure of this over the next week. I'd be looking below 60.50 or 60, yeah, like 60.53. And I would also be paying attention to the 59.84 level on the daily. On the weekly, we really only care about like the 59.38 level and 56.69 really. So quite some big gaps there. Should we get any kind of corrective action, although that is far more likely in the middle to the back half of the month than it is now. I think that's about it. Yeah. Wow, Nvidia sold off pretty fucking hard today. Apple, Microsoft flat. ABGO, Google, Meta, Amazon, Netflix, Tesla, and AB. Alright. Take some fucking Sudafed, bud. I will. Thanks, dude. Feel better. See everyone on Sunday. Yep. We'll see you guys all Sunday for the members only stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you all have a great weekend. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.